Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is our adaptation of a beautiful novel by L. Frank Baum, Dorothy and the Wizard in Oz. Chapter 1, A Visit to California. It was a warm, golden morning in Kansas when Dorothy Gale waved goodbye to Aunt Em and Uncle Henry. She was going on a very special trip to visit her cousin Zeb in California. Dorothy loved her home, but she was excited to see new places too. With her little white kitten Eureka tucked safely in her basket, Dorothy boarded the train that puffed its way across fields, mountains, and rivers, all the way to the west. When she arrived in California, the sun was brighter, the air smelled like oranges, and the earth felt dry and warm under her feet. Zeb, her cousin, was waiting for her at the station with a big smile on his face. He was a little older than Dorothy and liked to wear big boots and a straw hat, just like a real cowboy. "Welcome to Hugson's Ranch," he said, tipping his hat. "You're gonna love it here." Dorothy smiled back. "It's so different from Kansas. Everything's so sunny." The ranch was quiet and peaceful, with big barns, long fences, and hills that stretched far into the distance. Zeb helped Dorothy carry her basket, and Eureka peeked out with curious eyes, sniffing the new smells of hay and horses. The next morning, Zeb said, "Let's go to town and get some supplies. We'll take Jim." Jim was Zeb's old grey horse. He was calm, steady, and strong, and very proud of himself. He wore a shiny harness and pulled a small buggy with room enough for two. Dorothy, Zeb, Eureka, and Jim set off down the dusty road, the buggy gently bouncing over little pebbles. Dorothy held her kitten close and smiled at the wind brushing through her hair. "It's a perfect day," she said. And it was, until something strange began to happen. Without warning, the ground trembled beneath them. It started with a quiet rumble, like a faraway train. Then, the earth gave a sudden lurch. Jim whinnied and stopped. Eureka let out a frightened meow. "What's that?" Dorothy cried. "An earthquake," Zeb shouted. "Hold on." The road cracked with a loud crack, and the buggy tilted. The ground under their feet split open like paper. Before they could even scream, the road vanished, and down they went. They were falling, not crashing, but floating, like feathers in a deep, dark tunnel. It was as if the earthquake had opened a hole in the world, and they were being carried softly down into it. Dorothy clutched Eureka and looked around. Zeb held tightly to the buggy's sides, his eyes wide. Jim, surprisingly calm, said in a deep voice, "I don't like this one bit." "Yes," said Dorothy, trying to be brave, "but we're not hurt. Not yet." They drifted downward for what felt like a very long time, through shadows and sparkling bits of dust. It was strange, but not scary, almost like a dream. At last, they began to slow down. The air grew warmer. A soft light glowed beneath them. Then with a gentle thump, the buggy came to a stop, on solid ground again. They looked around in wonder. "This isn't California," Dorothy whispered. And she was right. They had landed in a world deep beneath the earth, full of strange lights, quiet whispers, and adventures waiting to begin. Chapter 2, A City Made of Glass. Dorothy, Zeb, Jim the horse, and Eureka the kitten all looked around in amazement. They had landed safely, but where exactly were they? The place was beautiful and strange, so strange that Dorothy blinked twice, just to make sure she wasn't dreaming. The ground beneath their feet sparkled like crystal. It wasn't dirt or grass, it was smooth and clear, like the finest glass. And up ahead, they could see buildings rising, like frozen bubbles, round, shiny domes, and tall towers that gleamed in soft shades of blue, pink, and gold. The light from above shimmered through the walls, casting gentle rainbows on everything. "It's like being inside a diamond," Dorothy whispered. Zeb looked around, wide-eyed. "Do you think people live here?" "Let's find out," said Dorothy, holding Eureka close as they began to walk toward the glittering city. Jim the horse followed, his hooves click-click-clicking on the glass path. "I don't like walking on something I can see through," he muttered. "What if it cracked?" "It won't crack," Zeb reassured him. "I hope." As they entered the city, they noticed that everything, every door, every window, Every wall was made of the same smooth glass. Even the trees had trunks, like crystal, with soft silver leaves that tinkled gently in the warm breeze. Then, from behind one of the shining houses came a quiet voice. "Oh, look, visitors." Out stepped a tall, slender figure with skin that sparkled like clear ice in the sun. He was smiling, and his voice sounded like wind chimes. More people appeared, all made of delicate glass. Some were tall, some short, and all of them looked curious, but kind. They wore shimmering robes and moved very carefully, as if afraid of bumping into anything. "Who are you?" the first one asked politely. "You're not from here." "I'm Dorothy," said the girl, with a small bow, "and this is my cousin Zeb. That's Jim, our horse, and this is my kitten, Eureka. We fell down through the earth in an earthquake." "You fell?" gasped the glass woman. "From the top world?" "Yes," said Zeb. "We're not sure how to get back." The glass people murmured to one another in soft voices. "Well," said the first man, "you are welcome to rest here. We are the Mangaboos, and this is our glass city. But please, be very gentle. We are not like you. We are grown from vines, and we break easily." Dorothy nodded. "We'll be careful, we promise." The Mangaboos gave them a tour of the city. They showed them gardens where crystal flowers bloomed, fountains that flowed with clear, musical water, and rooms filled with glowing fruit that gave off light instead of needing sunlight. Everything was quiet, clean, and calm. But there was something else too. Something Dorothy couldn't quite name. The people didn't laugh. They didn't smile very much, even when they tried. It was as if everything was beautiful on the outside, but a little lonely on the inside. When it was time to rest, the Mangaboos led Dorothy and the others to a small crystal house with soft couches and glowing lights in the ceiling. "You may sleep here tonight," they said. "Tomorrow we will decide what to do." As Dorothy curled up with Eureka beside her and Zeb lay on the couch nearby, she whispered, "This place is pretty, but I miss the sky." Eureka gave a soft purr and nuzzled close. "I hope we find our way back soon," Zeb murmured sleepily. And Jim, already dozing with his head resting on his big hooves, muttered, "Just so long as we don't fall again." Outside, the gentle wind stirred the glass leaves, and the crystal trees chimed like lullabies. And so, in a city of shining stillness, the travelers drifted off to sleep, safe for now, but still far from home. Chapter 3: The Wizard Arrives. The next morning, the crystal city was quiet, as always, but something felt different. Dorothy woke up in her glass room to the gentle jingling of the crystal trees outside. Eureka the kitten was curled up on her stomach, purring softly. Zeb was already up, quietly peeking out the window. "Dorothy," he whispered, "come look at the sky." Dorothy slipped out of bed and tiptoed to the round glass window. She looked up and gasped. A small dot was floating down through the glowing air. It was round like a ball, but she could see something hanging beneath it. It looked like, could it be a balloon? She cried. A hot air balloon. It drifted gently toward the city, growing larger as it came closer. And there, in the basket beneath the balloon, stood a man with a tall black hat and a long coat that flapped in the wind. Dorothy's heart skipped. She knew that hat. She knew that man. "It's the wizard," she exclaimed. The balloon floated down slowly, landing right in the center of the glass square. The Mangaboos gathered around, staring with wide crystal eyes. The man stepped out of the basket and looked around with surprise. "Well, this certainly isn't Kansas," he said with a smile. "Wizard." Dorothy ran across the square, Eureka leaping behind her. "It's really you." The man turned and smiled so brightly, it seemed to light up the city. "Dorothy, my dear child." They hugged, and for a moment, the glass city seemed to shine a little warmer. Zeb came running up. "You really know him?" "Yes," Dorothy said proudly. "This is the wonderful Wizard of Oz. He used to live in the Emerald City." The wizard bowed. "At your service, young man. But what are you doing here?" Dorothy asked. The wizard rubbed his chin. "Well, I was giving a hot air balloon performance in California when the earthquake struck. The ground split open and swallowed me in my balloon. I expected to crash, but instead, I floated gently downward. And now, here I am." He looked around at the glittering buildings and the silent people. Quite the place, isn't it? The Mangaboos approached, still unsure of what to make of this newcomer. You arrived from the sky, one said. I suppose I did, replied the wizard cheerfully. And what lovely people you are. So shiny. The Mangaboos didn't smile. We do not know what to do with all these visitors. Dorothy frowned. They're not very friendly. The wizard said quietly, watching the crystal people with a thoughtful look. We may need to be careful here. But Dorothy was smiling again. With the wizard here, everything felt better, safer. He had helped her once before, and she believed he could help again. Eureka hopped into the wizard's arms, purring, and he chuckled. Ah, a kitten. Every adventurer needs a clever companion. That evening, as the stars twinkled far above the crystal dome of the underground sky, the group gathered together in their little glass room. I can't believe you're here, Dorothy whispered. And I can't believe I found you, said the wizard. Zeb looked between them. Maybe now we can find a way home. The wizard nodded. We'll figure it out together. But first we must find out more about this strange city and what lies beyond it. Outside, the crystal towers glowed gently in the night, like a sea of stars turned upside down. Tomorrow would bring new questions and maybe new troubles. But tonight, with an old friend returned, Dorothy felt hope blooming in her heart once more. Chapter 4: The Vegetable Kingdom. The next day began with soft light shining through the crystal roof of the glass city. Dorothy, Zeb, the wizard, Jim the horse, and Eureka the kitten all stood in the quiet square, ready to set off on their next adventure. The Mangaboos had told them there was a door, a hidden passage that led to the lands beyond. They gave no warm wishes, only a polite nod and a quiet warning. Be careful, said one glass man. The lands beyond are even stranger than ours. So off they went. The path led through a tunnel lit by soft green light, and before long, the glass beneath their feet faded into warm, living earth. The walls became leafy, and the air smelled like a garden after rain. Suddenly, they stepped into a new land, and everyone stopped to stare. They were surrounded by plants, rows and rows of tall stalks and curly vines. But these weren't ordinary vegetables. Growing from the vines were people. Yes, people. Heads grew from cabbages. Arms and legs sprouted from tomatoes. Some were still asleep on the vine, their leafy eyelids closed. Others had already ripened and were walking around, their skins smooth and shiny like fruit. Oh my, Dorothy whispered. This must be the vegetable kingdom. It's a land where people grow, the wizard said, adjusting his tall hat. Just like pumpkins or peas. A large figure approached them. He had a long green cloak made of leaves and a crown made of curling bean tendrils. His head looked like a polished onion. I am the prince of the Mangaboos, he said in a cool, flat voice. And you are not welcome here. Dorothy blinked. But we just arrived. We haven't done anything wrong. You are meat people, the prince said. You grow from mothers, we grow from vines. You are not like us. That makes you dangerous. That's not very polite, said Zeb. It's not very smart either, said the wizard quietly. We shall decide what to do with you soon, the prince said, and turned away. The group was led to a small patch of soft moss and told to wait there. They sat down, unsure what would happen next. I don't like this place, said Jim the horse. It smells like soup, and I don't trust vegetables that can talk. Dorothy sighed. They're not mean, just different. Eureka sniffed the air. I don't care if they're made of turnips or tangerines. I just want a nap in the sun. They didn't have to wait long. The prince returned with several guards made of thick green vines. We have decided, he said coldly. You must leave this place. But first, the giant will take care of you. Giant? Asked Zeb. What giant? And then they heard it. A deep thumping, like heavy boots stomping through a pumpkin patch. From between the stalks of corn came a towering figure made of knotted roots and stacked gourds. His eyes glowed like red berries. Dorothy jumped to her feet. Wizard, do something. The wizard stood calmly, pulled out a little black bag from his pocket, and smiled. Time for a little magic. From his bag, he took out a tiny egg. He whispered a few words and threw it into the air. The egg burst into a puff of golden smoke that wrapped around the giant like mist. The giant groaned, staggered, and then poof, fell backward into a soft pile of lettuce. He lay there, snoring gently, the spell sending him into a deep and peaceful sleep. The mangaboos stared in awe. No one had ever stopped the giant before. The prince scowled. "Very well, you may go, but go quickly before we change our minds." Dorothy, Zeb, the wizard, Jim, and Eureka didn't need to be told twice. They hurried away, through the twisting garden paths, until the vegetable voices faded behind them. Soon, the ground turned rocky again, and the air grew cooler. Dorothy looked back once, then forward. "Do you think they'll be okay?" she asked softly. "They'll be just fine," the wizard said. "They're different from us, but they have their own way of living, and so do we." As they walked on, a soft wind stirred the leaves above, and somewhere in the distance, new wonders waited just ahead. Chapter 5: The Magic of the Wizard. The path ahead was strange and silent. The air shimmered faintly, and the walls of the tunnel sparkled with tiny gems, as if stars had fallen and gotten stuck in the rock. Dorothy walked beside the wizard, who held his black bag of magic close. Zeb led Jim the horse, who trotted carefully, his hooves clicking on the stone. Eureka rode in the wizard's arms, her fluffy tail twitching now and then. They had escaped the vegetable kingdom, but the mangaboos had not made it easy, and Dorothy had the feeling they weren't quite done yet. Soon, the tunnel opened into a great room, with tall, smooth walls of glassy stone. Strange glowing plants hung from the ceiling like lanterns, casting soft green light. There, waiting for them, was the prince of the mangaboos once more. He stood tall and still, flanked by silent guards, whose arms ended in curling vines and whose eyes gleamed like grapes in the dark. "You were told to leave," said the prince, "but now I have decided you must be destroyed." Dorothy gasped. "Why? We didn't hurt anyone." "You used magic," the prince said, pointing at the wizard. "That is not allowed. In our land, only the supreme vegetable may decide who lives and who does not." The guards stepped forward. Jim reared back and neighed. "You'll have to catch me first." Zeb picked up a small stone and held it like a slingshot. "We won't go without a fight," the wizard raised a hand calmly. "No need for fear," he said softly, reaching into his black bag. "Let's see if this old trick still works." He pulled out a tiny glass ball, no bigger than a marble. It sparkled with blue and gold swirls. With a whisper, the wizard tossed it gently into the air. The marble hovered for a moment, then burst into a dazzling shower of light. Beams of color danced around the room. Bright reds, glowing greens, shimmering violets. The lights wrapped around the guards like ribbons, and their vine arms began to droop, then droop more until they curled into knots and fell still. Even the prince looked dazed, blinking slowly, as if waking from a dream. "You cannot fight that which you do not understand," the wizard said quietly. "And magic, my dear prince, is something you do not understand." The mangaboos froze, unsure what to do next. They had never seen such beauty or such power. "We don't wish to harm anyone," Dorothy added gently. "We only want to find our way home." The prince was silent. Then slowly he stepped aside. "You may go," he said in a cold, quiet voice, "but do not return. This land does not welcome your kind." Dorothy gave a small nod. "Thank you." They walked past the guards, who now stood like statues, and into another tunnel lit by soft blue crystals. After they were far away, Zeb let out a long breath. "That was close." Eureka stretched and yawned. "I wasn't even worried." Jim grumbled. "I don't care much for places that don't like horses." Dorothy looked at the wizard with wide, thankful eyes. "You saved us." The wizard smiled, but his eyes looked tired. "It's not easy, Dorothy. Magic takes more than tricks. It takes knowing when to use it, and when not to." They walked on, the tunnel bending gently upward, and the air growing cooler. "We're closer to the surface," said the wizard. "I can feel it." Dorothy squeezed his hand. "Then maybe, just maybe, we're one step closer to Oz." Above them, the glowing stones flickered like fireflies, lighting the path to the next adventure. Chapter 6: The Garden of the Gargoyles. The tunnel twisted and turned like a quiet river underground. As the travelers continued on, they began to notice the air growing cooler, sharper, like a breeze from a faraway window. Tiny pebbles crunched under their feet, and the walls were no longer smooth glass, but rough and grey like stone. After a while, the path widened into a large open space, almost like a garden, but not the kind full of flowers or butterflies. This garden was full of statues, hundreds of them. The statues stood in rows, perched on ledges and carved into the walls. They had wings like bats, claws like eagles, and stony faces twisted into fierce scowls. Some crouched, some stood tall, and some hung upside down from the ceiling like sleeping bats. Dorothy stopped and clutched the wizard's sleeve. "What are they?" The wizard looked up with a frown. "Gargoyles," he said softly. "Stone creatures. Very old, very strange. They look like they're ready to jump out and chase us," Zeb whispered. "I hope they stay stone." Jim the horse muttered, stepping very carefully. But as they crept further into the garden, the air grew still, too still. There was no wind, no sound. Even the echo of their footsteps seemed to hush itself. Then, without warning, one of the gargoyles moved. Its stone wings stretched wide with a dry crackling sound. Its eyes, once empty, now gleamed with a pale yellow light. It looked straight at them and leapt. Dorothy screamed. Jim reared. Zeb grabbed a rock. But before anyone could act, the wizard raised his hand. "Stop," he shouted. And for a moment, just a moment, the creature paused mid-air, blinking in surprise. Then it landed and let out a deep, hollow growl, like rocks grinding together. More gargoyles stirred. Their wings flapped with sharp snaps, and they began to crawl down the walls like spiders. One after another, they joined the first, surrounding the group. "Run!" cried the wizard. "Run, now!" The friends took off, racing across the stone garden. Wings beat the air behind them. Claws scraped the ground. The gargoyles were faster than they looked. "This way," Zeb shouted, pointing to a narrow passage ahead. They ducked through just in time. Jim had to squeeze his shoulders through the stone archway, and the first gargoyle slammed into the wall behind them with a thud and a shower of dust. "They don't like small spaces," said the wizard. "That may buy us some time." But Dorothy was trembling. "Why are they chasing us? We didn't do anything." "They protect this place," the wizard said. "Or they think they do. We must find a way out before they trap us." They followed the passage as it turned and twisted like a maze. At every bend, they heard wings fluttering above and claws scratching the walls. At last, they came to a tall stone wall. "No door," Zeb said, breathing hard. "No stairs," added Dorothy. "Then we'll make our own way," said the wizard firmly. He rummaged in his black bag and pulled out a long silver rod. He tapped the ground 3 times, and the stone wall began to shimmer. Slowly, it began to fold outward like a giant petal, opening. A round doorway appeared, leading into bright light. "Quickly," said the wizard. One by one, they stepped through, Jim last, squeezing his big body through the opening just as a gargoyle swooped down behind them. The stone wall sealed shut with a soft click. Silence. They stood blinking in a new space, calm, quiet, safe. The light here was soft and golden, and the air smelled of warm bread and pine trees. Dorothy sank to the floor and hugged Eureka tightly. "Are they gone?" she whispered. The wizard nodded. "For now." Jim shook the dust from his mane. "I never want to see another winged rock again." Eureka licked her paw daintily. They were loud and rude. No grace at all. Zeb chuckled weakly. "I liked the vegetable people better." Dorothy smiled faintly, brushing her hair back. "At least we're still together." The wizard sat down and folded his hands. "Indeed we are, and as long as we stay together, we'll find our way, no matter how strange the road becomes." Outside, beyond the safe stone walls, the gargoyle garden returned to stillness. The statues stood silently once more, but who could say for how long? For now, though, the travelers rested, hearts pounding but safe, together, brave and ready for the next step. Chapter 7: The Escape Plan. The place they had escaped into was quiet and cool, with smooth stone floors and soft golden light glowing from cracks in the ceiling above. It was peaceful, but not free. The walls around them were tall and solid, rising high into the dark above, like the inside of a giant stone box. Dorothy looked up. "I think we're trapped," she said softly. There must be a way out, said Zeb, walking the edges of the wall with his hand pressed against the stone. We just have to find it. Jim the horse let out a long sigh. First glass people, then vegetables, then flying statues. Now we're stuck in a stone bowl. What's next? Talking puddles. Eureka the kitten curled up on a rock and yawned. Wake me when it's over. The wizard stood in the center of the space, staring upward. There's no door, no tunnel. The only way out, he pointed up, is up. They all looked up. Far above, there was a shimmer of light, a pale blue circle like the bottom of a well. It was the sky, or at least another room with air and light, and maybe freedom. But it's so far, Dorothy said. We can't fly. Maybe not, said the wizard, a smile slowly forming. But I can build something that can. He opened his black bag and pulled out some curious items. A folded cloth, some wires, a little wooden whistle, and a few small bottles of green powder. Zeb watched, amazed. What are you going to do? I'm going to build us a balloon, said the wizard. Dorothy's eyes lit up. Like the one you used in the Emerald City. Not quite as grand, the wizard said, but it should carry us where we need to go. They all pitched in to help. Jim collected fallen branches with his strong teeth. Zeb bent and tied them together to make a basket. Dorothy helped the wizard sew together pieces of silk and canvas, creating a round balloon that shimmered like a giant flower bud. Even Eureka helped, by keeping the mice away from the supplies. It took most of the day, but at last, their little flying machine stood ready. The balloon was tied to the basket, filled with warm air from the wizard's fire powder, and it gently floated, tugging at its ropes like it couldn't wait to be free. The wizard looked over everything one last time. It's not perfect, but it should lift us. Dorothy stepped inside the basket with Eureka in her arms. Zeb climbed in beside her. Jim hesitated. I don't trust things that float, he grumbled. You'll be fine, said the wizard. You're the strongest one here. We need you. Jim snorted, then stepped in with a heavy thud, and the basket wobbled. The wizard climbed in last. He took a deep breath, untied the ropes, and the balloon slowly rose. Up they floated. The stone walls fell away beneath them, and the wind began to whisper around their ears. Dorothy peeked over the edge. We're really flying. Eureka purred contentedly in her arms, and even Jim looked a little proud. Then, crack! A gust of wind pushed them to the side. The balloon began to tip. Hold on, the wizard shouted. The basket swayed, then righted itself. We're all right, Zeb called. Just a little bump. Slowly, they floated up into the blue light. Higher, until they passed through the opening in the ceiling and emerged into a brand new world. It was green, it was bright, it was wide and beautiful. They landed softly in a patch of sweet grass, the balloon settling like a tired bird. For a moment, no one said anything. Then Dorothy let out a happy sigh. That was amazing. The wizard smiled, and we're one step closer to home. They sat for a while, resting in the gentle breeze, watching the balloon deflate like a sleepy flower. Above them, the sky stretched high and open, and for the first time in what felt like days, the sun felt real and warm on their faces. Where do you think we are? Asked Zeb. I don't know, said Dorothy, but I think it's safer than where we were. They didn't know it yet, but their next adventure was already waiting, just over the next hill. Chapter 8, The Valley of Voe. The sky above them was soft and blue, and the grass underfoot was sweet and green. After escaping the land of the gargoyles and floating up in their little balloon, Dorothy and her friends had landed in a peaceful-looking valley, nestled between tall, misty mountains. The hills were rolling and gentle, covered with golden flowers and trees that swayed as if they were humming quietly to themselves. A small stream wound its way through the valley like a ribbon of silver. Everything about the place looked calm, quiet, and empty. Where is everyone? Dorothy asked, looking around. Maybe no one lives here, said Zeb, brushing grass off his sleeves. Jim the horse gave the air a good sniff. Smells nice. Much better than flying rocks and angry vegetables. Eureka leapt down from the basket and twitched her tail. Still too quiet for my liking. The wizard looked thoughtful. I don't think this valley is empty, he said softly. I think it's hidden. They walked through the valley, following the path of the stream, when suddenly they heard a voice. Hello there, said a cheerful tone, clear and warm. Dorothy looked around. Who said that? I did, the voice said again. Down here. Dorothy looked down and saw nothing. But I don't see anyone, she said. Of course you don't, the voice said, laughing kindly. I'm invisible. We all are. And then in the sunlight, Dorothy saw the shimmer of footsteps in the grass, light impressions, as though someone were walking, but leaving no shadow. A flower bent gently, as if touched by invisible fingers. Moments later, more voices surrounded them. Friendly, curious, polite. Stranger, look at that big horse. Ooh, is that a kitten? We don't get visitors often, said the first voice. Welcome to the Valley of Voe. We are the people who cannot be seen. Dorothy tilted her head. Invisible people? Yes, said the voice. Long ago, the magic of this valley made us this way. It protects us from danger, but it also means we cannot leave. But aren't you lonely? Zeb asked. Sometimes, another voice admitted, but it's a safe place, and now we have guests. The invisible people invited the travelers to rest and eat. Though the food was delicious, sweet fruits, soft breads, and cool spring water, it was very odd to watch spoons rise into the air and food vanish into thin air. Eureka tried to chase one of the invisible children, but gave up quickly with a huff. That evening, the travelers sat by the stream as the sun dipped low and fireflies blinked lazily above the grass. The wizard asked the voices, "Is there a way out of this valley?" "Yes," said the first voice, now close beside him. "There is a path through the forest, beyond the trees to the north. But you must be careful." "Why?" asked Dorothy. "Because the valley protects us from the monsters outside," the voice whispered. "Beyond the trees live the invisible bears." Dorothy shivered. "Bears? They're big," said the voice. "They're angry, and they're invisible too." "But how will we see them?" Zeb asked. "You won't," said the voice, "but you'll hear them, you'll feel them, and if you're quiet and clever, you might just avoid them." Dorothy looked at her friends, and though the idea of invisible bears sounded frightening, she felt a spark of bravery in her chest. "We have to keep going," she said. "We're trying to get home." "Then rest here tonight," said the voice gently. "We will watch over you while you sleep." So, with soft moss under their heads and a canopy of stars overhead, the travelers lay down, feeling safe in a valley full of invisible kindness. And though they could not see their new friends, they could feel them, gentle hands adjusting blankets, soft whispers telling them good night, and the quiet comfort of not being alone. Tomorrow would bring a new challenge. But tonight, in the magical Valley of Voe, Dorothy and her friends dreamed sweetly beneath the silent moon. Chapter 9: Fighting the Invisible Bears. The morning in the Valley of Voe was soft and golden. Dew sparkled on every blade of grass, and the air smelled of honey and green leaves. Dorothy woke with a stretch. Eureka curled on her chest, and the distant sound of birdsong, though even the birds here seemed too shy to be seen. Zeb sat nearby, polishing his boots, and Jim the horse munched on clover, as if they weren't about to face invisible danger. The wizard stood at the edge of the clearing, studying the distant forest with a thoughtful gaze. An invisible voice floated through the trees. "It's time! If you're going to leave the valley, you must go now, before the bears come out to hunt. Can't we wait until the afternoon?" Jim asked, flicking his tail. "I haven't had my second breakfast." "The bears are strongest then," the voice replied. "They grow restless when the sun is high. You'll have your best chance now, while the morning is still cool and quiet." So they packed their things, said farewell to the unseen friends who had cared for them so kindly, and stepped toward the northern path, where tall trees stood like watchful giants. The trees grew thicker as they walked, and the light became green and dim beneath the leaves. The path narrowed until even Jim had to walk in single file. The air was hushed, and every sound, twigs snapping, leaves crunching, seemed louder than it should have. And then they heard it, a growl, low and rumbling. "Was that a bear?" whispered Dorothy. "I don't see anything," Zeb said, eyes darting around. "That's the problem," the wizard replied quietly. "You won't." Suddenly, a crack came from the left, and the bushes shivered violently, though there was nothing there to see. Something large had just stepped through them. Jim's ears flicked back. I don't like this. Then, whomp, something big bumped against the back of the wagon they had borrowed from the valley. The basket wobbled. Eureka hissed. Everyone, stay close, cried the wizard. Out of nowhere, a huge paw print appeared in the dirt, fresh and deep. Another one followed. The earth trembled. They're circling us, Zeb whispered. What do we do? The wizard reached into his magic bag. I have something for this. He pulled out a handful of blue dust and blew it gently into the air. The dust sparkled, then swirled into a fine mist that spread through the trees like fog. Dorothy watched in awe as faint shapes began to shimmer in the mist. Huge shapes, furry legs, long claws, glowing yellow eyes, floating in the air like lanterns. The bears were all around them, 3, maybe 4, and closing in. Now we can see them, said the wizard. At least for a little while. One of the bears roared and charged. Jim, brave and bold, reared up on his hind legs and kicked with all his strength. His hooves hit the glowing outline of the bear with a loud thump, and the creature tumbled backward into the trees. Another bear lunged, but Zeb swung a long branch, catching it across the snout. The beast howled and backed away, its outline flickering in the mist. Dorothy held Eureka close, whispering, it's okay, while the wizard flung a glowing net of light from his fingertips, wrapping around the last bear like a silken web. The creature struggled, growled, then vanished into the shadows. The blue mist faded slowly, and the outlines disappeared one by one. The forest grew still again. Everyone stood frozen, catching their breath. Are they gone? Asked Dorothy. The wizard nodded. They don't like to be seen. The spell frightened them. They'll stay away now. Jim let out a long breath. I do not like invisible wildlife. Zeb laughed weakly. At least they weren't invisible crocodiles. They might be next, muttered Eureka, licking her paw. They stepped back onto the path, bruised but safe, and followed it until the trees began to thin. Soon, the forest opened into sunlight again, and the valley of Vaux lay far behind them, hidden by trees and mist and mystery. Dorothy looked back once, quietly. They were good to us, she said, even though we couldn't see them. Sometimes the kindest hearts, said the wizard, are the ones that stay hidden. And with that, they walked forward into the bright world beyond, grateful, stronger, and ready for whatever came next. Chapter 10, The Braided Man. After the invisible bears and the thick forest of the Valley of Vaux, the land began to change once more. The trees thinned, the ground sloped downward, and soon the travelers found themselves in a strange rocky place with narrow paths and steep ledges. Wind whispered through cracks in the stone like soft voices, and the rocks were smooth and pale, as if they had been polished by time itself. This feels like the inside of a mountain, Zeb said, looking up at the high stone ceiling. It's not quite underground, said the wizard, but it's not quite the surface either. Somewhere in between. Dorothy walked carefully beside Jim the horse, who took each step with care. Eureka rode on the wizard's shoulder, her tail twitching. Then, suddenly, Dorothy stopped. What's that smell? Everyone sniffed. Soap? Zeb asked. No, it's wax and something sweet, like honey, or Dorothy paused. Hair oil? The wizard chuckled. Now that is not something I expected to smell here. As they turned a corner, the source of the scent revealed itself, a round wooden door set into the rock, with little curls of smoke puffing out from a tiny chimney above. Jim sniffed the door. Someone lives here. Dorothy stepped forward and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. There was a moment of silence. Then a voice from inside called, Come in, come in. Do be careful where you step. Braids are drying. They pushed open the door and stepped into one of the strangest rooms they'd ever seen. Bundles of braided hair hung from the ceiling. Long, silky ropes of golden, black, brown, red, and even rainbow-colored braids swung gently in the warm air, as if dancing. On every wall were shelves stacked with jars labeled twists, curls, tangles, and gloss. Glittering combs and brushes were scattered on every surface, and in the middle of it all stood a little man with the most enormous beard anyone had ever seen. It was braided, looped, and coiled like a pile of fancy ribbons. Welcome, he cried, with a bright smile. I'm the braided man, specialist in knots, weaves, and hair rope. Dorothy blinked. You make braids? All kinds, he said proudly. Braids for beauty, braids for bridges, braids for tying up tigers. Well, that was an accident, but still, would you like one? He rushed over and tied a quick braid in Eureka's tail before the kitten could even blink. Well, said Eureka, flicking her tail and sniffing. I never. Oh, marvelous texture, the braided man said. So soft. The wizard laughed and bowed. We're travelers, dear sir, trying to reach the surface. Do you know the way out of this place? The braided man scratched his braided beard thoughtfully. There's a tunnel at the back of my workshop that leads downward. Very deep, very old, but eventually it climbs up again. It may take you through the dragon caves. Dragons? Jim said with a groan. Why is it always something dangerous? They're mostly asleep, the braided man said cheerfully. Mostly. He handed them a bag of tiny braided ropes. Here, emergency supplies. Braided silk stronger than steel, lighter than a feather. Dorothy smiled. Thank you, Mr. Braided Man. You've been very kind. Safe travels, little ones, he said, waving his comb in farewell. If you ever need your eyebrows woven, you know where to find me. With their new ropes packed away, the travelers followed the narrow tunnel at the back of the braid-filled room. The passage grew darker, cooler, and steeper with every step. We've met so many strange people, Dorothy said softly, but they've all helped us in their own way. Yes, the wizard said, even the ones who looked a bit silly. Jim sighed. I just hope the dragons are having a very long nap. And as they stepped deeper into the stone shadows, their laughter echoed down the path behind them, following them like a warm breeze into the next adventure. Chapter 11. The Den of Dragons. The tunnel from the braided man's workshop grew colder with every step. The walls were damp now, and the air smelled faintly of smoke and something sharp, like metal. As they walked, the light faded, and Dorothy had to hold tightly to Zeb's hand to keep from stumbling. The wizard lit a small glowing crystal from his bag and held it out before them like a lantern. We must be very close, he said softly. Close to what? Asked Jim nervously, ears twitching. Dragons, the wizard replied. Or at least, the place they call home. Eureka gave a tiny meow. I hope they're small dragons. Oh, I very much doubt that, muttered Jim. They rounded a bend in the tunnel and then stopped. Before them stretched a vast echoing cave, lit with a soft reddish glow. The ceiling arched high above, like the inside of a giant stone balloon. Steam hissed from cracks in the floor, and warm air brushed against their faces, filled with the earthy scent of ash and fire. But what made Dorothy's heart beat fast wasn't the size of the cave, it was what lay inside. Dragon eggs, dozens and dozens of them. Some were as big as boulders, with scales the color of emerald and sapphire. Others were smaller and glowed faintly, like coals beneath glass. The eggs were nestled in soft beds of ash and moss, and the room was very, very quiet. They're not hatched yet, whispered Dorothy. No, said the wizard, but some will be soon. We need to move carefully. I thought dragons lived in mountains, Zeb said. They do, said the wizard, but this is where they begin. Slowly, they tiptoed through the cavern, weaving between the clusters of eggs. Dorothy held her breath with every step, afraid even her heartbeat might be too loud. Eureka walked ahead with surprising care, her paws silent on the stone. But then, crack, one of the eggs wobbled. A hairline crack appeared across its glossy shell. Oh no, whispered Dorothy. Another egg nearby began to tremble. Then another. Tiny scratching sounds echoed around the cave. They're waking up, Zeb cried. We must hurry, the wizard said. Jim took the lead now, moving faster. The ground rumbled slightly under his hooves. Suddenly, crack, an egg near them burst open, and a baby dragon poked out its shiny snout. Its eyes blinked sleepily, and it let out a tiny squeaky growl, like a kettle just starting to boil. Dorothy couldn't help it, she whispered. Oh, it's kind of cute. But the wizard tugged her gently. Yes, but it won't be small for long. All around them more eggs cracked, small wings flapped, tiny tails curled. The baby dragons were waking up, stretching, blinking, growling softly. And then one of them sneezed, and a puff of fire shot out. "That's our cue to leave," Zeb said, eyes wide. The travelers picked up the pace, dodging tiny flames and scrambling past sleepy hatchlings. One baby dragon followed them for a few steps, trying to nibble Jim's tail, but the wizard tossed down a shiny spoon, and the little creature wandered off to inspect its reflection instead. At the far end of the cave, they saw it, a sloping tunnel that led upward. The path out. "Go," the wizard said. "I'll hold them off." Dorothy turned back. "Wait, come with us." But the wizard had already pulled a handful of silver powder from his bag. He tossed it in the air, and a curtain of shimmering sparks spread across the entrance, creating a magical shield. The dragons blinked at the light, confused, and stayed where they were. The travelers scrambled up the tunnel. Dorothy could hear her heart pounding in her ears. Behind them, the cave was full of little roars and clicks and hisses, but no footsteps followed. They reached the top of the tunnel, panting, and tumbled into a wide ledge bathed in sunlight. For the first time in what felt like hours, the sky stretched out above them, wide, blue, and full of birdsong. The wizard came last, wiping his hands. "Well," he said, "that went better than I expected." Dorothy laughed, breathless. "We didn't even get singed." "Not even a whisker," said Eureka proudly. They all sat for a moment, soaking in the sun, the wind, and the cool air of the world above. Zeb looked back toward the tunnel. "What happens to the baby dragons now?" "They'll stay in the mountain," the wizard said gently. "It's their home. They'll grow there, and someday fly off into the sky." "They were kind of beautiful," Dorothy whispered. "Yes," the wizard agreed. "Even dangerous things can be beautiful." The group rested, side by side, knowing they had made it through yet another strange and magical part of their journey, and wondering what wonders might come next. Chapter 12, Saved by the Wizard. After escaping the dragon's den, the travelers stood on a rocky ledge, gazing out across a new landscape. The land before them stretched far and wide, quiet and strange, rolling hills of soft grey stone, strange mist rising from deep cracks in the ground, and far-off mountains that shimmered in the haze like painted dreams. It was peaceful, but also a little lonely. "We must be high up," Zeb said, peering down into a wide crevice below. "I don't like the look of that fog," Jim the horse said, flicking his tail nervously. "It's too quiet. Fog's always hiding something." Eureka sniffed the air and sneezed. "Smells like damp socks." Dorothy gave a small smile and took a step forward, but the ground gave a sudden crumble under her feet. "Dorothy," Zeb cried, grabbing her hand. "I'm okay," she said, steadying herself. "But the path is falling apart." And it was. The trail ahead cracked and split with every step, narrow and brittle like dry leaves. Great chunks of the ground dropped into the mist below, vanishing into white nothingness. "We can't walk through this," Zeb said. "It's too dangerous." "There has to be a way," Dorothy said, looking to the wizard. The wizard stood still, eyes closed, fingertips lightly touching the air, as if listening for something no one else could hear. After a moment, he opened his eyes. "There's only one way across this place," he said calmly. "We don't walk, we float," Jim groaned. "Please tell me you're joking." "I never joke about magic," the wizard said with a small smile. He reached into his black bag and pulled out a tiny bottle filled with sparkling gold dust. Dorothy's eyes lit up. "Is that more of your flying powder?" "Not exactly," he said. "This is floating dust. It won't carry us far, but it will lift us gently over the worst parts." He opened the bottle and let the dust spill into his palm. Then he blew gently, and the golden sparkles swirled into the air, surrounding the travelers in a warm glow. Dorothy felt her feet lift slightly from the ground. Zeb's eyes widened as he hovered a few inches above the stone. Jim, to his horror, began to float as well. "I feel like a balloon," the horse shouted. "I was not meant for flying. Just steer with your tail," Eureka purred. Like a rudder, one by one, they floated gently across the crumbling path, drifting like dandelion seeds on the breeze. Below them, the mist swirled and moaned, but they passed safely overhead. Halfway across, a sudden gust of wind rose from the canyon, tossing the group sideways. Dorothy spun, arms outstretched, Zeb flipped upside down with a shout. Jim whinnied in panic, legs flailing midair. "Wizzard!" Dorothy cried. The wizard acted quickly. With a flick of his hand, he tossed a silver ribbon of light into the wind, and it wrapped around them like a soft rope, pulling them back together and guiding them gently to the other side. They landed on solid ground again, slightly dizzy, a bit windblown, but unharmed. Jim immediately dropped flat on his stomach. No more floating, no more magic dust. "I'm a ground animal." "Ground." Dorothy laughed and patted his mane. "You were very graceful." "I was a terrified cloud with hooves," he muttered. Eureka flicked her tail and added, "At least you didn't land in the mist. I hear it eats horses." Jim groaned louder. The wizard gently closed the bottle and tucked it away. "We're safe now, but I think we've nearly reached the edge of this strange world." Dorothy looked around. The land ahead looked brighter. There were trees with green leaves again, and flowers blooming in patches of golden light. "Do you think we're getting close to the surface?" she asked. The wizard smiled. "I do. Just a little farther now." So the travelers walked forward once more, over firm ground, under a clearer sky, their hearts a little lighter than before. And as they walked, Dorothy glanced back, one last time. The misty canyon was behind them now, held still by a moment of magic, a moment of bravery, and the steady kindness of a wizard who had once been a humbug and had become something truly wonderful. Chapter 13. A Climb to the Light. After crossing the misty canyon with the help of the wizard's golden dust, the world around them began to change once more. The air was warmer now, the sky above was brighter, and though they were still surrounded by rocky cliffs and curling paths, the shadows didn't seem as deep, and the quiet no longer felt so lonely. Dorothy stepped carefully across a patch of mossy stone, holding Eureka in her arms. Zeb walked beside her, carrying the last of their supplies in a little satchel over his shoulder. Jim the horse followed, slow but steady, his eyes still a bit wide from the floating adventure. "I think we're getting closer," said the wizard, leading the way. "Closer to what?" asked Zeb. "To the surface," the wizard replied. "I can feel it in the air. It smells like sunlight." Dorothy closed her eyes and breathed in. "It does," she said, "like springtime after a storm." Ahead of them rose a long, winding staircase, carved right into the side of the mountain. It twisted upward, out of sight, climbing higher and higher like a ribbon made of stone. "There," said the wizard, "that's our path." Jim looked at the steps and let out a deep sigh. "Of course it's stairs. Always stairs. Never a gentle elevator." "You'll do fine," said Eureka with a little smirk. "Just don't look down." So up they went. The staircase was narrow and old, but surprisingly strong. Birds chirped somewhere far above, and tiny blue flowers peeked out from cracks in the stone, as if to cheer them on. Dorothy took each step with care, holding tightly to the railing when there was one, and to Zeb's arm when there wasn't. The wind tugged gently at her dress, and Eureka nestled deeper into her arms. The climb was slow. They stopped to rest often. Jim needed water. Dorothy's legs ached. Zeb's hands were scraped. The wizard's beard blew wildly in the breeze. But they didn't complain. Not really. Because with every step, the light above grew stronger. The air grew fresher. The promise of the sky, the real sky, was just ahead. At one point, they passed a nest full of golden eggs. A curious bird with a rainbow-tipped beak watched them quietly, then flew off into the light. "I think even the birds here are magical," Dorothy whispered. "They probably think the same about us," Zeb replied with a grin. Finally, after what felt like hours and maybe even days of climbing, the staircase opened into a wide, sunlit platform. And beyond it, open air. Dorothy gasped. Blue sky stretched above them, so wide and so clear it looked like it had been waiting just for them. Puffy clouds floated lazily overhead. The sun poured down in gentle warmth, and the scent of flowers drifted through the breeze like a welcome home. Eureka meowed and leapt from Dorothy's arms to roll in the grass. Jim let out a joyful sound, a deep, rumbling and flopped onto the soft earth with a grin that could only belong to a very tired horse. Zeb raised his arms high and laughed. "We made it." Dorothy spun slowly in a circle, face tilted up to the sky. "I've never been so happy to see the sun." The wizard smiled, his eyes bright behind his spectacles. You were all very brave. They sat together in the golden grass, hearts light and full. Butterflies fluttered nearby, and birds flew overhead, singing songs the underground world had never heard. Dorothy lay back, looking at the clouds drifting above. One looked like a kitten, another like a balloon, and somewhere far in the distance, a soft green sparkle shimmered on the horizon. The Emerald City, the wizard said, pointing. Dorothy sat up quickly. It is. It's really Oz. He nodded. Yes, we're nearly home. They didn't rush to leave. Not yet. For now, they rested. They smiled. They breathed. They had climbed from the dark into the light, and they were ready at last to return to the magical land that had been waiting for them all along. Chapter 14. Back to the Emerald City. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and the road ahead gleamed like a ribbon of light through the fields. Dorothy and her friends had climbed all the way from the deep, shadowy world beneath the earth, and now, at last, they were walking toward a place Dorothy had missed with all her heart, the Emerald City. Far off in the distance, its green towers sparkled in the sunshine. The tall spires shimmered like glass, and the great green gates stood proud and tall beneath the golden sky. Dorothy took a deep breath of the fresh, flower-scented air. It's more beautiful than I remembered. I didn't think cities could shine, said Zeb, shading his eyes with his hand. This one can, Dorothy said, smiling. It's full of magic and friends. Jim the horse plodded along the road, swishing his tail with satisfaction. As long as they don't float, fly, or turn invisible, I'll be happy to meet them. Eureka trotted ahead on the grass beside the path. I'll be the judge of who's worth meeting, she declared with her usual cattish confidence. As they came closer, a small figure appeared on the road, waving with both arms. It's someone coming to greet us, Dorothy cried. And indeed, a cheerful boy in green ran up the path, his smile wide and welcoming. He wore a pointed cap with a tiny emerald feather and a jacket that shimmered like morning dew. Princess Ozma has been watching your journey through her magic picture, he said, nearly out of breath. She knew you'd be arriving soon, and she sent me to bring you home. Home, whispered Dorothy, her heart fluttering like a bird. They followed the boy through the grand gates, and the Emerald City rose before them in all its beauty. The buildings glowed with every shade of green, from soft mint to deep emerald. The streets were clean and smooth, and laughter echoed around every corner. Flowering vines curled along balconies, and people in fine robes waved and smiled. Dorothy's eyes sparkled. It's just as I remembered, maybe even better. At the center of the city stood the grand palace where Princess Ozma ruled. The tall towers reached toward the clouds, and golden butterflies fluttered around the windows. The gates to the palace opened wide as they approached. And there, standing at the top of the stairs, with a crown of blossoms and a smile like sunlight, stood Princess Ozma. Dorothy, she called, holding out her arms. Dorothy ran to her, tears in her eyes, and hugged her tightly. Ozma stroked her hair gently. I'm so glad you've returned. The others bowed politely as Ozma welcomed them all. Zeb, Jim, Eureka, and my dear old friend, the Wizard of Oz. You are all most welcome in this land. The wizard bowed deeply. It is an honor to be here again, Your Majesty. Come, Ozma said kindly. You must be tired. Let me give you rest, a feast, and a place to feel safe. And so, they entered the palace. Their old friends were there to greet them. Tick-Tock, the Clockwork Man, the Sawhorse, the Scarecrow, and the Tin Woodman. There was laughter, hugs, and warm welcomes all around. Later that evening, Dorothy sat beside a quiet fountain in the garden. The stars twinkled overhead, and the scent of roses filled the air. Ozma joined her and said, You've been so brave. Dorothy looked up. It was hard, and sometimes scary, but I had my friends, and I kept going because I believed we'd get here. Ozma smiled. And now you are home. Dorothy leaned back, watching the stars. I think this is where I truly belong. And Ozma gently took her hand and whispered, You've always belonged here, Dorothy. The soft music of the city played in the distance, and the green towers of Oz shimmered beneath the moonlight. They had made it through earthquakes, glass cities, silent gargoyles, invisible bears, and baby dragons. Now, They were safe. Now they were home. Chapter 15. The Wizard's New Home. The days that followed Dorothy's return to the Emerald City were full of laughter, rest, and stories shared in sunny gardens. The Wizard of Oz, once a mysterious man with secrets tucked up his sleeves, now walked the gleaming green halls with an open smile and light in his eyes. He had changed, no longer a humbug hiding behind curtains, but a true friend who had helped others through danger, darkness, and doubt. One bright morning, Princess Ozma invited the wizard to her private tower for tea beneath the climbing roses. "You've done great good on your journey," she said kindly, pouring tea into delicate cups carved from glowing emerald glass. "You've protected Dorothy. You've used your magic to help, not to trick." The wizard blushed and smoothed his mustache. "I only did what was needed," he said modestly. "But thank you. It means a great deal coming from you." Ozma smiled. "You have proven that you belong here, and I would like to ask you something important." The wizard raised his eyebrows. "I would like you to stay," Ozma said. "Here, in the Emerald City, you may study real magic. Not the stage kind. You may live among friends, and you may become our royal wizard." The wizard blinked. "You want me to stay?" "I do," Ozma said softly. "You found your place, just like Dorothy." The wizard stood slowly, looking out across the garden and the city's glittering towers. He took a deep breath of the sweet air and listened to the quiet hum of happiness that filled every corner of the land. "I used to dream of power," he said, "of tricks and crowds and being admired." He looked back at Ozma. "But now I dream of peace, of helping people, not fooling them, of doing real good." And so, the wizard moved into a round, cheerful tower just outside the palace. It was filled with books, scrolls, herbs, potions, and gentle sunlight. He studied real magic, not tricks and illusions, but honest spells meant for healing, protection, and kindness. Ozma nodded. "Then stay and grow into the wizard you were always meant to be." He grew a garden filled with glowing flowers and whispering vines. He taught little creatures how to speak kindly. He even made a magical kite for the children of the city that could fly without wind. Dorothy visited him often, and together they laughed about their wild journey, about falling through the earth, glass cities, invisible bears, and sleepy baby dragons. "You're not a humbug anymore," she told him one day, sipping lemonade on his balcony. "No," he said, smiling warmly. "Now, I'm just me, and that's more than enough." From then on, the wizard was known not as a trickster, but as a wise and gentle guide, a friend to all in Oz, and the keeper of quiet magic. He had found his home, and he had earned it, every step of the way. Chapter 16. Zeb and Jim's Farewell. The days in the Emerald City were calm and beautiful. The skies were always soft and blue. The air carried the scent of blooming clover and sugar-sparkled fruit. Music drifted from the courtyards, and laughter filled the halls of the palace. It was a land of dreams, and Dorothy was glad to be there. But not everyone in their little group was planning to stay. Zeb and Jim had come from California, by accident of course, thanks to the great earthquake, and now they were thinking of home. "I miss Uncle Hugson's ranch," Zeb admitted one afternoon as he and Dorothy sat by the edge of a lily pond, and the hills, and the horses. Dorothy nodded gently. "I miss Kansas too, sometimes. But Oz feels like home to me now." Jim the horse wandered up to join them, chewing lazily on a sweet Uzayan apple. "I never thought I'd say it, but I miss pulling a wagon. All this rest is making me soft." Eureka, curled up on a cushion nearby, purred. "I, on the other paw, could live here forever." Zeb laughed. "Of course you could. You've been pampered like a princess." Eureka gave him a smug blink. "As I should be." That evening, in the palace garden, Zeb approached Princess Ozma with a respectful bow. "Your Highness, thank you for your kindness, but Jim and I, we think it's time to go home." Ozma, always gentle, smiled softly. "You have been brave and loyal. Of course you may return. Would you like me to use my magic to send you safely back?" Zeb hesitated. "Could you really do that?" With just a wave, she said, holding up her hand. Dorothy walked up then, her eyes a little misty. "I'll miss you," she said, hugging Zeb tightly. "I'll miss you too, Dorothy," Zeb said. "We sure had an adventure, didn't we?" "We sure did," Jim stepped forward next. If I never see another invisible creature again, I'll be content. But I'm glad we came. The wizard came down from his tower to say farewell too. You've both earned your rest, he said kindly, and your stories will be ones you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Ozma raised her hand. Are you ready? Zeb nodded. Jim gave a soft snort. As I'll ever be. A circle of golden light appeared beneath their feet. The air shimmered. A soft wind wrapped around them like a whisper, and the palace gardens sparkled for just a moment as the spell took hold. And then, poof, they were gone. Back to the hills of California. Back to the world above. Dorothy stood very still. Are you sad? Ozma asked gently. Dorothy smiled. A little. But I know they're where they belong. And you? Ozma asked. Dorothy looked around the garden, at the towers, the trees, the glowing paths that led through the heart of Oz. I'm where I belong too, she said. Eureka jumped into her arms. Of course you are. That night, as the stars sparkled over the Emerald City, Dorothy stood on her balcony and looked up at the sky. Somewhere far away, Zeb and Jim were waking up under the California sun, safe and sound. And here, in the magical land she had grown to love, Dorothy was surrounded by friends, light, and a feeling deep in her heart. Home wasn't just a place, she realized. It was wherever love and courage lived. Chapter 17. Eureka's Surprise. The Emerald City was a place of peace and magic, but every so often, something curious happened. One morning Dorothy awoke to the sound of tiny squeals coming from the far end of the palace. She sat up in bed, rubbing her eyes. Did you hear that? She asked Eureka, who was curled up at her feet. Eureka stretched, yawned, and licked her paw. I didn't hear a thing, but Dorothy was sure she had. She got dressed and stepped into the hallway, following the faint sound of squeaking down the marble corridor. As she turned a corner near the kitchen, she spotted a pair of tiny golden hooves slipping under a velvet curtain. Wait a minute, she whispered, kneeling down. She lifted the curtain and found a tiny pink piglet, no bigger than her hand, nestled in a pile of pillows and snoring softly. Dorothy blinked. A piglet? Just then, the wizard walked by, carrying a scroll. Good morning, Dorothy. Oh, is that one of Ozma's piglets? Piglets? Dorothy asked. Yes. Ozma keeps 9 little piglets in a garden pen. They're magical, very clever. She dotes on them. Dorothy gasped. Then one must have gotten loose. Or been let loose, said the wizard, raising an eyebrow toward Eureka. The kitten blinked innocently. Whatever do you mean? Eureka, Dorothy said slowly. Did you take this piglet? I was simply borrowing it. The kitten said with a huff. It's adorable, and it makes a fine sleeping companion. Did you hide it from Ozma? Eureka lifted her chin. She has 8 more. I hardly think she'd miss one. Oh, Eureka, Dorothy sighed, scooping up the sleepy piglet. You can't just take things because they're cute. But I'm cute, said Eureka. Shouldn't that count for something? Dorothy giggled and carried the piglet back to its pen in the palace gardens, where 8 other piglets squealed and bounced in excitement at their siblings' return. Ozma came out to greet them, her eyes twinkling. I was wondering where little Pearl had gone. She's safe, Dorothy said. Eureka was keeping her warm. Ozma looked at the kitten. Is that true? Eureka gave the daintiest of nods. She was cold. I was being thoughtful. Ozma knelt beside her and smiled. Well, next time, perhaps you could ask. Eureka purred and rubbed against her ankles. If I must. Everyone laughed, and even the piglets seemed to squeal in delight. That evening, as the sun set and the towers of the Emerald City turned gold and green in the light, Dorothy, Eureka, and Ozma sat in the garden watching the piglets play. They really are clever, Dorothy said. And they like you, Ozma added. Even the mischievous one. I think she just wanted a friend her size, Dorothy said, stroking Eureka's soft fur. The kitten curled up in her lap. And pigs are better conversationalists than you might think. The stars blinked awake in the sky above, and laughter drifted through the air like music. Dorothy smiled. Ozma smiled. Even Eureka smiled, just a little. In the Emerald City, surprises came often, but so did kindness, forgiveness, and the joy of being surrounded by friends who understood that love sometimes shows up in the most unexpected ways, even in a borrowed piglet. Chapter 18, Sweet Dreams in Oz. The Emerald City glowed softly under a blanket of stars. Its tall green towers sparkled in the moonlight, and the streets below were quiet, filled with the hush of peaceful dreams. Lanterns shaped like flowers swayed gently on the breeze, casting golden light across the cobbled paths and emerald rooftops. Inside the palace, all was calm. Dorothy stood by her window, gazing out at the sleeping city. Behind her, Eureka was curled up on a velvet cushion, snoring ever so faintly. The air smelled of roses and fresh rain, and a gentle night breeze fluttered the curtains like a lullaby. A soft knock came at her door. "Come in," Dorothy said. Princess Ozma stepped into the room, wearing a silver robe that shimmered like starlight. She smiled. "I just came to say good night," she said softly. Dorothy smiled back. "I don't think I'll ever get tired of hearing that." Ozma sat beside her on the edge of the bed. "You've had quite a journey." Dorothy nodded. "I've seen things I never imagined. A city of glass people, vegetable princes, gargoyles that fly, invisible bears, baby dragons. And you helped everyone you met," Ozma said gently, "even when you were scared." "I wasn't alone," Dorothy replied. "I had my friends, Zeb and Jim and the Wizzard and Eureka, of course." Eureka opened one eye and purred. Naturally, Ozma reached out and took Dorothy's hand. "Oz is lucky to have you. You remind us that courage doesn't always roar, and sometimes it simply holds on, keeps walking, and smiles through the dark." Dorothy felt warmth bloom in her chest. "Thank you," she whispered. Ozma stood and gave her a gentle hug. "Sleep well, Dorothy Gale of Kansas, and now of Oz." Dorothy changed into her soft nightgown and climbed into bed. The sheets were cool and smooth, and the pillow felt like a cloud beneath her cheek. The Wizard passed by her door a moment later, carrying a glowing orb. "Good night, Dorothy," he called kindly. "May your dreams be bright." "Good night," she called back. In the garden, the 9 little piglets had snuggled into their bed of hay. In his round tower, the Wizard's lights dimmed one by one. In the royal stables, Jim the horse snored contentedly with a fresh blanket and a big apple beside him. And up in the stars above Oz, the moon smiled down on the magical land where anything was possible, and where hearts once lost or uncertain had found their way home. Dorothy pulled the covers up to her chin and whispered to the stars, "Thank you for bringing me back." She closed her eyes, and in the stillness of the Emerald City, Dorothy dreamed of glowing gardens, singing flowers, kind-hearted dragons, and the sound of laughter echoing through green towers. And all across Oz, the night held its breath in wonder, as one girl's adventure came to a close, wrapped in magic, memories, and the sweet promise of tomorrow. The end. Thanks for spending this quiet time with me here at Sweet Dream Storytelling. I hope you're feeling relaxed, peaceful, and ready for a restful sleep. As we say goodnight, let the calm background music guide you gently into dreamland. Before you go, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. And until next time, rest well.